and then get started. Because the run has to start from. I mean, the run doesn't start, but like to verify the run, it has to start from the Switch home screen. There we go. Yeah, let's get this show on the road and see if we can get a run going. So I've gone back and watched some of the, SRC leaderboard videos for how to deal with various boss fights. Um, I haven't actually had time yet to try to practice any of them or to set up additional practice files. So a lot of what I have done, well, it's now been a little over a week, but it's mostly been like setting up save files and routing, like slightly cleaner movement or faster solving of puzzles or anything like that. But for me at this point, the biggest thing I need to work on would be the boss fights, like all of them. You know, Volvagia is probably the only one I don't need to be practicing too much. Though I would still need to practice it a bit because I am still being slightly inefficient with how I'm doing things. Hey, Ghost Eye. Welcome. Hey, Ice and Dare. Welcome. I'll get that in just a moment. Thank you. Cool. That was weird. Yeah, that's actually something I desperately need to work on throughout a lot of this game, is spin splashing properly. The Vocaver fight, the Ganondorf fight, quite a number of fights really do depend on it. Even the Dark Nut room before getting the boss key on the way to Ganon and Hyrule Castle does it a few times, and I'm just not able to get it off. Hey, got that. All right. And thank you for the hydrate again. Or thank you again for the hydrate, I should say. Yeah, hope you're all doing well. Do segmented dungeon runs? Well, that's what I have set up for the most part with the save files that I have. It's like the start of the Southern Ruins, or the start of, the Hyrule Castle, or things like that. That kind of stuff really would help. Effectively grinding the little sections and so on. But I will say that's not... that's what I should do if I want to, like, get a better time. Which, as much as I say I want that, I certainly have never really behaved in such a fashion. Like, what I want to do with speedrunning is learn just enough to get started, and then run the game, and then just keep playing these awesome games. Though I really should start to care about, like, properly getting good. Yeah, the segmented run stuff. Or yeah, the segmented run stuff, but like segmented practice and everything like that. It's not as, like, because when I get to the end of that segment, I'm like, all right, let's go on to the next part, because this game is really good. Let's go play the next level, or the next dungeon, or the next whatever the heck. Like, that's just sort of constantly in my mind. And it's actually really hard to inhibit that. And then, like, putting that aside and then, like, all right, let's reload, let's do that again, da-da-da. Like, it actually does kind of take the fun out of it, because then it is just, like, I don't know. It's the smart thing to do. It's just not what I'm going to do. Though I should do it. Nothing about speedrunning looks all that much fun. It is a silly hobby for silly people, that's for sure. And yes, definitely fun to watch. I do very much enjoy watching a lot of speedrunners still. Actually, that's not true. I think this year may have... No, this year and last year were the first years that I've been on Twitch where all of my, like, top-watched stream channels weren't speedrunners. Even though they are, in both cases, in both years, some of the top streamers that I've watched have done speedrunning in the past. They just don't do it anymore. But yeah, I do still watch a lot of speedrunners. But they're, yeah, it's not necessarily my most watched channels. Your top category was just chatting this year? I'd need to double check what my recap said my top one was. My guess is that it would either be Science and Tech or Final Fantasy V. Pretty sure you have to blame the science streams. Well, so when I do the science streams, I'm not streaming and just chatting. I am streaming in Science and Tech. Though I do know some science streamers who do, you know, they'll vary. Sometimes they'll do, like, IRL, if the science that they're doing is, say, out in the field, or they're doing science communication, like, at an aquarium or a museum or something like that. And some of them will also do just chatting. But I pretty much exclusively do it under Science and Tech. I also know some people who will do it with, like, the software and coding stuff as well, because they're, you know, developing something in the context of science communication. You know, a program or a mini game or something. So. Well, now you're baffled. Well, so if I remember correctly... there may be some communities that you and I are a part of that start their streams in just chatting for an hour or two before they switch over into gaming. So even though they're setting up to play some game, they do a just chatting segment. So, could be that. Also, God, hold on a sec. So I realized just like a couple minutes ago that my microphone was just a little too far away from me, so I was just leaning forward, which was becoming a little uncomfortable in my back, as opposed to muting the microphone so that I could move the mic arm to be where I can actually sit up straight, even if I've got, like, less than perfect posture to speak, so... I'm really bad. I work to accommodate my environment rather than change my environment to accommodate me way too much. Exactly. Need to stop slouching. And there, my microphone was just like I just had to lean forward to get close enough to sort of be. Because here's about the distance I was. Like, I'm leaning back a little bit, but I probably sound more distant on the microphone now, don't I? And now I'm sitting up with good posture again, and I'm probably sounding a lot more, present. So, yeah, very silly. It is amazing what those few inches of distance will do. And I do need to keep in mind that when I'm doing, like, the SciComm streams and all that, because you'll see me, like, turning my head a lot, and that positions the microphone, or my mouth, very, very not ideally for the microphone that I have, which probably makes for a very odd acoustic experience on those streams. Yeah, there's not much background noise from the game. Yeah, the background music does, I mean, it's there, but it's also quiet, relatively speaking. Also, apologies today if I, like, speaking of sound a little weirder. I'm feeling under the weather. Like, I'm feeling really, really congested and sinusy. It rained last night, this morning, a little bit, and that does sometimes seem to have some effect with the pollen that's kicked up and so on. So I'm feeling more congested and kind of swollen. So if I sound more nasally or anything like that, that's what's going on there. Oops. Sounds fine. Well, that's good. Let's go. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, it's a shame that the weather was is kind of so crummy today because it was pretty good yesterday.
But you better get your checked out by a doctor. I read online it could be a sign of bird flu.
Hey, Ninja. Thank you for reminding me to get my checked out. And we're gonna do this the slow way because I'm still not good at doing it the fast way, and it's a long time before I get to try again. Oh, I do actually need to go back and play the Yakuza DLC for A Hat in Time. That actually does remind me that I want to do that. I've been putting that off for a little while, it seems. So I did actually look into the speed run for A Hat in Time. I'm admittedly actually looking into it now, I'm less inclined to want to run it. I may just treat A Hat in Time the way I've treated Super Mario 64 and just like casually play it a whole bunch. But the any percent for A Hat in Time does do some of the Yakuza DLC, because that is faster than just doing base game stuff, which I think is really interesting. Hey, Jay. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
But I was also, like, part of why I looked into the speedrun is because the other day I ended up, I think I was driving home from the grocery store, and I threw on the A Hat in Time soundtrack as just like a happier soundtrack, because I had spent earlier that morning listening to some of the sadder songs from Octopath 2, and so I was really kind of in the mood to perk myself up. And A Hat in Time, the music in that game does range in tonality, but no. Ah, that stinks. But a lot of it is very, very happy music, so I was having fun listening to it, and then I was just like, oh, let's go look at the speedrun. That's not great. Oh, actually, no. So that was one thing. Is just like I had spent the day listening to Octopath music. But also when I think it was after we raided over into Sky Goro last time, because I think it was recently. And he was doing an ocarina randomizer, and the Water Temple music had been randomized to the music from A Hat in Time. Wow, falling down cost me 6 seconds. Also, I guess some of that would actually be the Deku thing, because I got hit, so I was further from the door. But yeah. Evoland 2. Yeah, Evoland 1 and 2 both look really good. Admittedly, I think Evoland 1 is mostly just like a demo of, kind of thing of what the developer could do. But they both look good, and I am looking forward to playing them someday. Which is why on the next list, I do actually have playing through both of them, because I'm pretty sure that Evoland 1 could probably actually just do it in, just a few hours. Because if I remember correctly, it was not actually a tech demo, but it was, like, part of a coding challenge thing that the... Cool. It was like a, code a game in a few hours. Cool. Do that. We'll just completely botch all of that. Though I could be mistaken there. That's, something that it was just like a day or like a weekend of coding, like a school challenge, like a classroom challenge type thing for the programmer. But in effect, yeah, like while not literally a tech demo, it was a demonstration of that particular programmer's skills and abilities, and then refined it into Evoland 2, which is a much more complete gaming experience. Which is super cool. Like, I'd absolutely be looking forward to that. sends my friends in there. What else have they developed after Evoland? I mean, I have to imagine it's been... They made a RTS game called Northgard. Oh, okay. Interesting. I've not heard of that one. Or at least I don't think I have. They branched into publishing? Okay. I keep meaning to actually, like, properly test if you can make a jump from the bed there and, like, straight ahead as opposed to jumping to the side, but I keep forgetting to do that. Like, I do have a save file at the start of this dungeon. Like, I can do that. Just like I need to do the Strantula room with the moving platforms. Because given that you don't lose health by falling down bottomless pits, you can actually just straight up practice that. A lot of things in this game ad infinitum. Even if you fail, you just sort of restart rather than have to do anything, risk losing health. Lava's about the only thing that actually hurts you if you fall into it. That would cause you to fade to black and then respawn at the start of a room. Cool. Can we jump, please? Thank you. Oh, no, never mind. Hold on. Frost rail? Ooh, am I gonna get this in time? Nope. God, I had it myself there. We need to go, hopefully not get destroyed by a bad Echo Link fight. Nope, we got destroyed by a bad Echo Link fight. Cool. Yep. But at the very least, we're probably not going to lose a minute. There we go. Maybe 15 seconds, maybe 20. But better than the last one. Meow. Oops. Through the frost, death follows the tracks. Dive into the ruthless survival FPS, solar co-op, explore, scavenge, craft and fight. Operate and upgrade your steam-powered train. Okay. Nice. Again, I still don't know why you can interact with those, or target those particular lamps or torches. It just really, really screws up the auto-targeting. Well, messed that up. Nope. Oh, no. That actually stopped it from going... Okay. That's dumb. And I completely forgot to grab that, so that's fun. Really don't like this room. Better boss fight, at least. Stone Talus fight. I still messed up the placement of the bed. That was a little too far into the center. So that's why I ended up slashing it. So I couldn't even try to set up for the faster second phase. The audio sort of paused for a moment there. So from a speedrunning perspective, all of the dialogue and cutscenes in here that you can't skip just adds more time. And, you know, whatever, speedrunning, like, since every runner has to deal with it, like, it's not like it's an unfair thing or anything. But it is just something that adds more time. But even though I am a speedrunner and do care about bringing the time down, I actually really do like that you can't just skip all these cutscenes and all that dialogue. Like, there are some. You can skip, you know, the opening sequences for boss fights and mini-boss fights and so on. But, I don't know. I like that even if you have to mash through the text, you still have to experience the story. And given that it's impossible, once you know how to read, it's impossible to, like, turn off reading. Even though the text is only on screen for just, like, a fraction of a second, essentially, I'm still reading segments of the dialogue and still getting to remember the whole story. And some of the jokes and some of the, you know, humor and things like that is really nice. I do like that. No. Can't get too far ahead of left, or she gets upset. So that's why I kind of wiggle there, is because it adds the amount of time that I have to, like, walk from location to location. So I don't get too far ahead of her. But yeah, if you were able to skip through all these cutscenes, I would not be surprised if this run was less than an hour and a half, honestly. Like, so much of it is actually just mashing through dialogue. Well, maybe hour 45, but a good chunk of this game is these kinds of dialogue-heavy scenes here. Bum, 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 bum.
Hi. Sa.
Very important to get that. Meow, 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 meow. You do want to go left here, but you don't want to be too low, because if you are too low, you enter into a cutscene with those Garuda warriors there. And, you know, it's just like, I think, 3 dialogue boxes, but it's still a couple seconds. There we go. Hey, Quindy. Welcome, welcome. Okay, that was... Yep. So what I did there wrong was I started to go down and to the right, as though we have to, you know, deal with the monsters there. One of the favors for the Gerudo. But you gotta come here first, and I kind of, as a consequence of that, mistimed moving through things, and so I got stuck there. Like, legit, that kind of stuff is why I'm not the biggest fan of running a lot of, like, proper Metroidvania-type games with a lot of backtracking, or at the very least running categories that require a lot of backtracking, because when you end up going to the same place multiple times, you can kind of muscle memory in, you know, inappropriate, you know, like, going at the wrong time to the wrong place. So while I do love a lot of, like, proper Metroidvania-type games, both 2D and 3D, I try not to run them that much, because backtracking is not my, I don't know, not my biggest, strength when it comes to speedrunning. Hey, Kodali, welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. Which is also why I actually partially, I guess I should say, partially why I forget to get the sword level 2 and level 3 upgrade. Because in my mind, well, you know, you go there when you're going to the Gerudo Desert after Southern Temple, or you do it when you go to Hyrule Castle. Like, making the little pit stops there, after the Vocaver fight, and after the Goma fight, because you're not going anywhere after that, my mind is thinking already ahead. Well, let's just go to the next place. So, really kind of have to work on that. Oops. Yeah, see, now we go down and to the right after we get a little cutscene here. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good Thursday so far. Having a good time getting ready for the holidays. Alright, well that was bad. But I did learn something there, because I did try something that I hadn't done before. I was trying to charge up the sword for a sword swing. And if you get hit by one of those blobs that brings up the enemies, that spawns the enemies, it does interrupt the sword charge up. So, lesson learned. Dun, 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 dun. Is my style, isn't it? Really? Four hits? See, the thing is, I didn't even want to connect with them. I wanted to get the rock. So it is quite annoying that in the locations where I want to auto-target an enemy, I'm auto-targeting, you know, the inanimate decorations of the room. And in the place where I want to be targeting the inanimate stuff, I'm getting the enemy. So I wanted to get the rock and then pull it on top of the whole mill and then drop it on it.
Yeah.
Auto-targeting in this game sucks. It is prioritizing in every single situation the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You've had 4 hours of meetings today and only 1 hour to do your actual work? Ooh. I'm going to guess 4 of those meetings, or sorry, I'm going to guess 4 hours of those meetings could have been condensed into maybe 10 minutes worth of reading an email. Probably 30 minutes needed to happen. The rest, yeah. Onward, warriors. Let's not screw this stuff up. Oops. Boing. It is such a classic boing sound effect, too. The Wilhelm scream of boings. Yeah, you're not wrong. So I said I was feeling under the weather today because of the rain. It really kind of messed with my sinuses and everything. I've also kind of all day thought that it was Friday. And it, like, I know today is Thursday, but for whatever reason, it just, like, I don't know, my body is wanting to feel like it's Friday, which is super weird, because it's not like I have, like, a real schedule, like a job or class schedule or anything that helps structure the time. Like, everything that I'm doing is very much getting to set my own kind of thing. It's really weird. Nope. Okay. Also, yeah, for anybody who hasn't voted yet, we did reach an incentive in this month for chat to vote on 4 jobs for me to run Final Fantasy V with. So if you haven't voted yet, you can click on that link in chat and go to a straw poll. It will end at 11:59 p.m. on Christmas Eve, so Pacific time. So the only caveats I have for this incentive is that once a job wins, it's not part of the job pool again until sort of the next round. Like after we've gone through all of the jobs, I should have jumped there. Then it will be allowed back in. And this is to basically just prevent every run from being Thief, Berserker, Geomancer, Dancer. That's fun. You know, actually get to experience lots of different job combinations. And what it does mean is at the end of basically 5 of them, there's one job left over, because I throw 3 Freelancer into the mix, so there's one job left over, so that one's guaranteed the next one. So it becomes more and more difficult for the jobs that get picked for it basically become a homogeneous sequence of 4 job fiestas. But each combination comes with it its own advantages and disadvantages, so trying all sorts of different things, kind of neat. Can we do that, please? Thank you. Why was I not diving properly? So I sell those chili cacti so that I have an extra 30 so that I can buy an extra blue potion, because boy, I really need an extra blue potion. And actually probably ultimately need 2 blue potions, because I'm not great at managing either health or energy. Energy especially. Health I'm slightly getting better at that. Because by the time we really need it, we can use the level 2 bed. So yeah. I suppose if I really wanted to act like, because I know that I mentioned like the way that I practice is, and the way that I run is actually less about getting a good time, and I should maybe fix that for the purposes of practice. But because of how dialogue heavy this particular run is, I should actually consider switching languages. It would cut several minutes off, given how long this game is. Because I think, because I'm also running on the Switch 1, and on the Switch 1, I believe it's either German or Korean that's the faster language. I think. I don't know what it is on the Switch 2, because I know for Link's Awakening, it was German, or is German for the Switch 1, but it is French for the Switch 2. So, might be that way for Echoes as well. Not exactly sure why either. Like, my technical understanding of video games and speedruns for the games that I do is not that sophisticated. A little bit, yeah. This franchise actually does have a thing with being consumed by large sea monsters in particular, as big elements of the story. And then there's just a lot of different enemy types throughout the franchise that do swallow you up. And pretty consistently, I do get eaten by a Deku Baba. Once we get into the Farron Woods rift. Yeah, it's probably I would assume something that is itself kind of a reference to folklore and narrative that is important to Japanese tradition and culture. Analogous to like Jonah thing, or the Pinocchio thing, or the any number of other Western and European movies, stories, folklore, etc., that involve people being consumed alive and living in the thing. Bum 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 bum. Nope. That's a tricky one, because if you're too early, you don't actually press A to check it, but you do dive, which actually then becomes a little harder to check the thing. Cool. Why didn't I jump out of there? This is not a time to be taking damage. That stupid fish getting right in the way. Then I will unstuck him.
Ooh. Oh.
Eh?
Uh.
Huh?
Oh. Oh. Ooh. Ah. Oh.
Yep.
This is actually kind of one of the weirder parts of the game, because Zelda does have the ability to,
Ooh.
you know, latch onto things with try, and that's actually how we solve this puzzle from the inside. But she doesn't from the outside. So this idea of having a section where, just like you were helping the River Zora, you're helping the Sea Zora, I feel like it could have actually been done a little bit better. Just this section.
Huh? Huh?
Because it still ultimately doesn't make too much sense why they can't swim out the back door, or why Zelda wouldn't just say, like, hey, Drad, let's go through the back door.
Uh. Hmm. Yep. Oh. Huh? Hmm.
Ba-da-da-da-dun.
Ooh.
Oh. Huh?
Ah. Oh.
Huh?
Oh. Ooh.
Hmm. Huh?
Ooh.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Oh.
Hmm. Huh?
So I do really, really like this game, but
Ah.
this section of the game actually does make me yawn a little bit. Not because it's boring, but because the voiced lines that that like Kushara in particular has, but also Drad, they do sound like yawning to me a little bit. Like not all of them, but some of them do, and it then makes me yawn.
Ooh.
Are you kidding? That's what it was? Okay, okay. Isn't that fun? The rock was 1 pixel not off, even though it was off the platform. Isn't enough cool stuff. There we go. That could have been better, but we didn't get murdered by anything. That's good. Hey, Rex. Enjoy the lurk. Hope you're doing well.
Oh. Ooh. Oh.
Very important that we get this trick first try. If not, that's probably the run. I mean, I might just keep going, but it will destroy any chance of, like, having a good TB or anything. Alright, we do that, we do that, we do that, we do this. Ooh, okay, that was close. Good. There we go. That was worrisome enough that my hands are sweaty from that. A 2-hour-long all-hands meeting. Ooh. That doesn't sound fun. Yeah. Good luck with the meeting. Cool. That's fun. Meow, 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 meow. Let's see if we can actually have a good Vocaver fight. Especially since I'm remembering that his name is Vocaver, not Backover. Nope, can't have a good one. That's awesome. That's awesome. So awesome. Good stuff. Oh, and you're gonna go that way for once. Cool. You never do that. Oh, nope. Cool. Yep. This time save that I'm getting here, and I am getting this for this split consistently, is the Jabu Jabu fight. It is not Vackover, where I am losing a lot of time because I can't spin slash. For whatever reason, doing the circular motion with the joystick and attacking with the sword does not seem to work for me in this fight. Like, consistently enough to where I can, you know, when it's vulnerable, like when you can hit the little polyps on the back, to spin slash, because if you time it, or not time it, but if you are in the right location, like in the middle, you can spin slash and get all of them at once. And that just was not working. And it really doesn't work for me all that often. And I don't know if the timing for doing it is different underwater or what, but that is the big thing that is stopping me from having, like, a good time in this whole section, is the Vocaver fight. And it really does come down to spin slashing. And I don't get it. All right, now we have enough to upgrade the sword, so let's remember to do that after... this, because it is actually almost exactly 6 minutes between when I split for the vocabber fight end and when we can when we get the level 2 sword. Just a lot of cutscenes. They're good cutscenes, but there are a lot of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oy, I need to vacuum. I'm just noticing. I guess I forgot to do that this week. He's a go-getter. Very enthusiastic. Nope. Ha 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 ha. Gotta go get that sword. This is the wrong thing. That's... yeah. That's just 9-10 seconds gone right there. Oof, actually, yeah, more than 10 seconds. Because it is almost exactly 6 minutes from killing Vacover, or Vocaver, to all those cutscenes being over. If you get the heart, you know, you do save time by not getting the heart, but I'm not good enough to not get the heart.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oi.
And this is the reason I have that split here, by the way, is because I have forgotten to get the sword. Heck, even having the split, I forget to get the sword.
Ah.
Bum 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 bum. That was dumb. That was quite a time loss, too. Oh well. Kind of importantly, we didn't get hit by one of this, either of the sandfish that we crossed paths with, so we're going to be in a slightly better healing position, or health position for those darn armadillo rooms. Assuming I also don't get hit by the path blade that we've got to cross paths with and kill for the echo.
Ah. Oh. 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 Mm. 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 No. Mm. 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 Oh. Mm. Mm. Go. Oh. Oh. Mm. Ah. Eh. Ah. Oh. Ah. Ha.
So the next section here is why it's really, really important to get that level 2 sword. Doing more damage allows us to more efficiently deal with the Echo Link fight, as well as just sort of the boss fight in general, actually, for that matter. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. You don't want to be too close to the treasure chest when when that thing gets hit, or I guess where the treasure chest spawns, I should say, because if you do, you actually are forced to walk down quite a bit before it actually appears, and that costs time. Oops. This one. Nope. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. You absolutely suck. Silly bat. Nope. And now we've got to deal with those armadillos. So that's gonna be a thing. Well, that's something, I guess. We didn't die. Yet. Bum. Take it. Alright, let's not die. Not dying is great. Well, that's terrible. Again, couldn't spin slash. Well, first of all, how did I end up getting wrecked there? How did I get hit? Or, not wrecked. How did I end up coming out of the link form? I was not low on energy, and I did not hit the up button on the D-pad. That is actually quite curious, because, yeah, I did not touch anything on the D-pad of the controller. Cool. That's fun. Can I jump? Okay. Okay. That's important, actually. Alrighty. Still not an ideal fight by quite a margin, but didn't die. That's a huge boon. And still a better overall Malgrave fight because I didn't run out of energy, because I didn't try to do things in a more efficient way and fail, and then lose energy that way. But alright, sort of the, well, not really the first half. The Ganon fight is the first half, but, first major chunk of the run is done. Bum-bum-bum.
Ah. Mm. Ah. Huh? Ah.
There is something amusing to me about jumping and then entering the menu and then warping. Because try is then just warping a floating Zelda, which, I don't know, I find that funny. Hey, Luna. Welcome. Oops. Bum 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 ba 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 bum bum ba 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 bum ba bum. All right, and now the rift in Hyrule is about to expand, and we gotta go rescue the town and castle of Hyrule. And now I have to do a lot of tile jumping tricks that I can do, but I still pretty regularly mess up on. Okay. Nope. Cool. There we go. Messing that tile trick up there actually ends up costing me more time than sneaking into Hyrule that way saves, because you can just walk up to the well and jump in that way, but you do have a couple of dialogue boxes with try beforehand, so that's why sneaking in that way happens. It's to, if you do it quickly enough, you can skip that and save maybe a second. Then I end up wasting more time. Oh. There we go. Oops. Well, that's the best I've ever done this so far. So hopefully I don't mess up anything too badly in here so that I can actually capitalize on that. Right. Nope. Nope. Ooh, okay. That was too close for comfort. I really messed up the beginning there and somehow didn't get wrecked for it. I will take that as a win. Because if you get caught, not only do you have to do the whole thing again, but before you even can, you have to do a little fighting room. Okay. Did that room pretty darn well, actually. Nope. 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 Really? Okay. Nope. Cool. Now I'm just losing so much time. Why? There we go. Jesus. There's always something I mess up with tile jumping. If not the getting into Hyrule Castle part, then that. Like, it is a surprisingly tricky trick, but it's not like the most tricky thing that we do in this that I'm usually able to actually get more consistent with. Yeah, that was not a big deal. Bum, bum, bum. All right. gotta heal. Cool, that's fun. Cool, that's also fun. So yeah, that water room where I was doing the tile jump is where I lost so much time. Also the Dark Nut room with the gold one and the 2 regular ones. I lost a little bit of time there, but a lot of it was just the tile jumping thing. And to think, I actually was saving so much time until that room, too. Just because I did the getting to Hyrule part way faster than I've ever done it before. But alright, the first half of the run is done. Hey, Ruben. Welcome. Thank you for the good luck. Slow going with this one, honestly. I mean, just overall, not this particular run, which, as you can see, I'm in the green on. But I did just lose a fair amount of time due to one room where you've got to summon a flying tile, jump on it, summon another flying tile, jump on that one from the first one, and so on. I messed a lot of it, which sucks, because I was actually doing so much of the rest of it very well. I did lose a little bit of time, actually, on the Ganon fight, because I got hit by a fireball. And I know I'm not doing the Ganon fight in a terribly ideal fashion either, so I really do need to practice the bosses all over. But trying to get a lot of the other stuff, too. It's just a lot in this category. 4-hour glitchless run is quite demanding. To be able to bring it down to lower than that. Yeah, all the boss fights, really. You know, the Mogrif one, the Vocaver fight, I'm struggling with all of them, really. I think, with the exception of Scorchill and Ganon, I have been able to, in practices and in runs, do the ideal fight once. Or, like, you know, approximately ideal, like, really, really good. I mean, Volvagia, we're gonna ignore that one. But with the exception of Ganon and, well, and Null. Null, Ganon, and, the other one, Mogrif, I've been able to get at least once, but never really consistently. So, what I do need to do is really just sit down and practice the same boss fight for, you know, a few dozen tries, then take a break, pick a different segment of the run to practice on, do that, and eventually let these things build up. I mean, all that said, I'm still having fun with the run. I just, you know, I'm not getting noticeably any better at it, which is a little bit of a shame, because I usually do eventually get better at runs. Eventually. So as much as I love this game, and as much as I, you know, very much enjoy this speedrun, I may actually at some point just have to put it aside as this is just where I can be, and short of an amount of very dedicated practice that I don't want to do, like legitimately don't want to do, this is just sort of where I'm plateauing, and move on to something next. Or actually, realistically, revisit runs that I want to get back to. Hey, Nark. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Oh boy, we're just being a bumpkin, aren't we? Ah, alright. What? That's weird. I apparently fell in between trees that I can jump on in a way that reset my position. That's unusual. Bum 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 ba 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 bum. Cool, cool. That's fun. So great that things off screen can aim that well. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. They gave you a stick. It's sticky. Ooh, okay. That wasn't great.
Beady. Beady. Beady, beady.
I noticed that he asks that the rod be washed because, you know, it's now sticky with spider webs. And she does not nod in response. He asks if she'll clean it, and you just carry on with the game at that point. Bottom.
Beady. 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 Beady.
Womp womp. There we go. And now, the existential question. Friends or cotton candy? Can we do that? Can we jump? Zelda. Need to work on that. That did not need to happen. Alright. And that is the last time that we load an autosave. Which is good. Not great on energy. Thank you. Alright. Let's lose a minute and a half here. That was better, but I'm not managing energy very well, so... and yeah, I don't know why the, fish bomb went off that time, but I will take it. Also, real quick, I'm going to grab a little extra health there. Okay. Alright, well that was very much the mini-boss. More than anything else. uh, that is pretty good, Ghost. I like the passive-aggressive voice most. Yeah, for real. Yeah, no need to thank us, just doing our jobs. What is very surprising, perhaps for some people, is how frequently passive-aggressive voice. I mean, not specifically like that, but more petty and personal stuff actually does make it into the literature. Um, you know, when you get familiar, like, you know, when anyone, I guess, gets familiar enough with a particular, like, specialty and a particular field where you're really only dealing with maybe the same 50 names over and over again, um, or really the same, like, 20 names and then they're grad students and so on, you do start to notice that there are personal frictions and professional frictions between people where they disagree, where they don't like each other, and when they also don't agree with each other, you can find some really, really passive-aggressive nonsense published in the literature. Um, it is actually very funny. Oh yeah, of course. You know, scientists are people after all, and you know, we never let our job get in the way of our petty BS. All right, let's go get the sword properly this time before going anywhere else. Okay, as a consequence of adding this split in and finally actually remembering to split there, that is not a meaningful gold, but it is going to get in the way of this next split, and whatever it's going to end up being is going to be a gold, I imagine. Hi, kitty. Bye, kitty. I actually, for some reason, thought that when it would get to the edge of that, it would stop, so that's why I jumped off maybe a little early. Oh, okay, well, cool. Nothing like screwing that up. Dun dun.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Oh, huh? Ah. Wah. Oh.
Wah.
Oh.
I need to stay healthy. That's important from here on out, because we are going to be relying a fair amount on sword beams throughout the rest of the run. Well, until we give up the sword to Link. Alright, we're just gonna do this the long way then. I did not want to get hit by that Moldorm. That was close. Bum 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 bum. Mm-hmm. I couldn't have shared a little bit more power with you. Bum 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 bum. Bum ba da bum 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 bum. Oh, did I not get hit by that Moldorm? Looked like I was at full health. Okay. Yay, sword beams. Really, really nice.
Ooh.
Bum, 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 bum. Cool. Alright, let's try this. Nope. Nope. Cool. That's so awesome. Dude. Ooh. Where did the, cool? So awesome. Wondering why the, Gyro aggroed. Haven't seen that happen before yet. I'm not even gonna bother trying to avoid the, cutscene here. Alright, now we're gonna go get... some backup potions.
Ayo. Ah. Ah.
Including an energy potion. And then 4 health potions.
Ah. Ayo.
Cracked open a 7-year expired jar of mustard, and you gotta say it's pretty good. How can you tell the difference between mustard that's expired and mustard that isn't?
Ah.
It's a very, very potent flavor.
Ah. Oh.
So I imagine even after it's, you know, Best Buy or whatever thing, you know, still very, very difficult to tell the difference unless you've got an exceptionally sensitive palate. Oh, yeah, can only tell the arbitrary date they put on the jar. Yeah, no, I was just sort of commenting that I don't know if mustard ever really goes bad because it's so potent. But yeah, I've had a lot of spices and seasonings and herbs and all that. Well, not herbs so much, but like proper spices and so on that have stayed very good for a very long time. Actually, herbs too, for that matter. Like dried oregano is still dried oregano. This and this and this. Okay, good. Good. There we go. Whoops. Cool. That was fun. That was so awesome that I was just looking the complete wrong direction there. Yep, that's gonna happen too. Yeah, because the timing was off there, I saw that pillar of lava there that I had to avoid. Yeah, if you leave it out and open, that'll probably do it. But yeah, if you have things in a nice, tight sealed jar. You're probably pretty good. Oh, really? I figured eggs were good for a little bit after the Best By date, but not for too much longer. Certainly not for months. Like, I've still got some eggs in my fridge that I bought like 2 weeks ago. And I've kind of been kicking myself for not making them for the last few days, but I just have not been in the mood for eggs. Ba-bum-bum. Better for hard boiling too? Okay, now, cool, again, just love that I can't do that. Cool. Cool, look, these things have such perfect aim. I've actually gotten worse at navigating through there. I need to double check how to do that. What am I gonna need? Sword beams next. Cool. Part of the trick is knowing how many you need to do. I really should be able to get away with doing this only twice on this section. I don't know why I need the third one. I've been able to do it with 2 before. That was annoying. Oh, wait a minute. I am actually going to heal here first before we jump on there. Yeah, I mean, it does become easier after Scorch Hill, because you then have enough tri-power to actually summon 2 of them. But by that point, you only really need them for just a tiny amount of the game, so it doesn't matter too much. Yep. So now we've got Bomb Link to deal with. Cool. Love that. Now we need that. Okie doke. That actually ended up not being too bad. Very important to get both small keys there. Very important fight to have sword beams on. There we go. That actually ended up being a legitimate gold, and that is a result of not terribly messing up anything. Got a little collection of mistakes here and there, but nothing terribly major, which is nice. Line went up, but not as much as they wanted, of course. Of course, because people who run companies are never actually satisfied with making money. They don't, to quote the journalist Stephanie Sterling, they don't want some of the money, they want all of the money. So they're never actually going to be happy. Anyway, speaking of heartless corporate executives and anything like that, anybody keeping track of the Luigi Mangione trial? I gotta say, he's been taking some. I mean, the man seems like irrepressibly photogenic. Also, I'll be right back. Well, actually, since I don't actually know how far the controller will reach, so we're gonna wait until we get to the cutscene part. Oh, all right, yeah, there we go. Yeah, like, I mean, I haven't been keeping immediately up to date, but the last thing I remember is, that, you know, the police were saying that, like, just the way that they handled evidence, including his backpack and, their body cam footage, and, you know, when they reported actually finding things and so on is, yeah, quite the S-fest.
Ooh.
Zelda, you're incredible. Yeah, sham from start to finish. I mean, the trial is not supposed to be a search for justice or anything. The trial is to show other rich people that poor people who fight back will be, you know, punished to the greatest extent the law will allow, and then some, even if they have to actually break the law in order to do that. Leth with the raid, welcome on in. How was Pillars of Eternity? Thank you so much for bringing your community over here. I do appreciate that. A backslash, hey Kane, hey Leth. I will get raided. Thank you so much, nerd. Do appreciate that. Yeah, welcome on in. We're actually about to do kind of a tricky trick, so I'm going to kind of do that and focus on that for just a moment. But hope your stream was well. Hope everybody from Leth's channel is having a good Thursday. And welcome to some Echoes of Wisdom glitchless speedrunning. Getting to the later parts of the game, so things are taking a bit more effort to get through, but still having fun with it. Always good to hear. Yeah, but welcome in everybody from Leth's channel. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Racodactylus, or Racodactylus. Either pronunciation is fine. I do a lot of speedrunning here. like The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. And that's what I'm working on at the moment. And actually having a good run, which is very surprising for me. But there's still plenty of opportunity for me to mess it up, so, you know, we'll see. I also do weekly science communication content, and as of a few months ago, I have a next list where on Sundays I will do casual first playthroughs that are basically voted on by the community. So, yeah, and I do a variety of challenge runs here and there, from participating in the summer-long Final Fantasy V 4-Job Fiesta, and then doing 4-Job Fiesta-inspired runs the rest of the year, to randomizers and, you know, other things. So, I do a variety of gaming on this channel, and a variety of other things as well. And anybody in my community who likes great people playing good games, you should go hang out on Leth's channel when they stream. Absolutely top-tier human being who deserves all the love in the world, and you can show them some love by giving them a follow. And thank you so much, Kane, for shouting out Leth. I'm better at introductions than you. Well, I'm also much more practiced at introducing myself. You know, not just on stream, but you know, just in my professional career as well. Although I guess this is now my professional career. You know, you do get used to doing it. So I've got the whole script basically memorized, and I just do slight variations of it from now and then. He good dude. We like him good. Yes. Why use many word when few word do trick? I love Condi. Just such a great character in this game. I want more Condi, I want more Tri. They're both amazing additions to the Zelda universe. Nah, I'm just saying I'm more practiced at introducing myself than realistically other people are practiced at introducing me. But for real, I hope you had a good stream. I'm glad to hear that you're still having fun with fillers. I was lurking, I believe it was yesterday, or maybe it was 2 days ago? It was probably actually 2 days ago. I was lurking when you were doing some StarCraft 2, the old Wings of Liberty. Looked like you were having fun with that. Can't spin as long as we're doing that. Yeah, given that I do say it with some regularity in the exact wording, I wouldn't be surprised if some regulars could do it too. Okay, overall, that actually went better than it usually does, so a little bit of a time save in this section. Didn't fall down with the tile stuff. Actually didn't fall down at all, which is unusual. So, a few seconds saved there. Let's see if we can kill the Ice Wizrobe with any sort of speed. But yeah, one thing that just to ramble at this point, one thing I learned that helps me, because I am a nervous presenter, I don't like being the center of attention, things like that. Even though I'm streaming to a bunch of people, like the thing that keeps me kind of grounded is that I am alone in this house. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm kind of just talking out loud rather than talking to a group of people from the various sizes of audience that I have. So for me, because of that sort of public speaking nervousness and everything like that, I've learned that it really, really helps my anxiety to have things scripted. And you can hear me, like, with like end of stream stuff and when I'm raided and all this other stuff. Like, I do have stuff scripted. The raid, because I get to say it more often, because I sometimes get raided more than once a stream, whereas I only end the stream once a stream. I'm way more practiced at that one, so I can be pretty consistent about it, whereas the ending stream one, you can hear me sometimes repeat entire sections of it. Let's do this. Let's do this. I would like you to get hit, please. Okay, fine. Let's do this. No! What did you latch onto with that? You stupid, stupid auto-targeting. Oh my god. Whoops. Alright. That one you're not as familiar with? Yeah. Let's see if I can do it. I talk about whatever is upcoming in the next few streams. So today it'll be something like, oh, tomorrow I'm going to be doing crowd control, and then Saturday I'll be doing a weird little asymmetrical race with Space Snark, where he'll be doing Super Mario RPG low percent, and I'll be doing Lufia 2 Iris percent. And Sunday I will start my first casual playthrough of Stray. So I hope to see you around for some or all of that, but even if I don't, I just hope to see you all elsewhere on Twitch. So that's kind of how that one goes. Oh, okay. Well, you can do that then. Yeah, I also miss the days of hosting. And welcome in, Dankle. Hope you're well. You have a specific way of saying stuff, but you don't have the practiced form. You gotta get supper before D&D tonight? Very nice. Hope you have a good meal, and I hope you have a good D&D session. That actually reminds me, I need to check in with my tabletop group to see if we are, in fact, going tonight. Interestingly... So, yeah, one of my moderators is in the tabletop group, Kemutsemu. Also a fantastic streamer, by the way. But I haven't actually seen him live in a few days, aside from in Discord in our tabletop group when he said that he was experiencing some weather issues that were like cutting power, and that there are, you know, things that are doing that. So the fact that I haven't seen him, or I guess heard from him in a few days, suggests that, yeah, we're probably actually not going tonight. Yep. Yep. And I do actually need to heal. There are a few segments... No, there's... Actually, no, there's one segment where we want the sword beams for a thing, and then for the boss. And then, yeah, there's a lot of little tricks in here that I do tend to foul up quite a bit, so there's a pretty good possibility of a time loss here. That was slower because I completely messed up the first part and got stuck in my own head, so... But we did get through that, so that's the important thing. D&D dinner good? It is. Yeah, I do miss hosting. Vaguely, I understand why they did it, but I don't know. It was nice to do on days that, like, I wasn't streaming, or after I streamed and I raided into a channel and then that person ended, like, I could then host someone else. Like, that I thought was really cool. You know, a way to show some additional support to other communities. Cool. Okay. And yet still faster than I've mostly been doing these things, so I will continue to take that. There is a way to spawn the Fire Ignizol on that, just off of the part where you need to drop the thing. I've just never been able to do it, and I have not bothered to sit down and practice it, so we're going to continue to do that. Yeah, I need... Actually, yeah, I forgot that there is this section here where I benefit from having sword beams. Nope. Get up. It's locked. Because I completely forgot to do that part. That was not good. Okay, good. Ba-da-da-dum. Nope. I mean, honestly, for anything more than 2 hearts, I should just use the, red potions. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Cool. Alright, full health. Get the boss key. And let's see what we can do with Scorch Hill. Which, by the way, I also really like as a name, given the gimmick of the boss. Alternates between scorching and chilling. Well, I guess actually starts with chilling, but yeah. Bum 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 bum. I slid way too close to that. There we go. That is not gaining time on the boss. That is gaining time on all of the little navigation and routing and everything in the dungeon. And that... not messing up a single trick terribly bad, although I think there were a few that I didn't do well, especially navigating in the little side-scrolly section to get the Ice Octorok. Yeah, that saved me a lot of time. Yeah, guy sure does wear a lot of hats. Yep. So I can still die. Like, I can still get hit, not pay attention to the health, not, you know, get to the menu in time to heal. So I can still die and lose a lot of time. I can still completely and totally mess up crowning the pedestals in the Eternal Forest. I can still mess up the Gust Gyro trick on the way to Null Zelda. There's a lot of things that can still go wrong, but we are on track to a decent time here for me. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. A little bit of extra safety health.
Oh. Huh? Ah.
Aw, Condi. So happy. Look at the giant floofy cloud monster. I know he's a Yeti, but he looks like a giant cloud.
Oh. Oh. Hmm? Huh? Oh? Oh.
So, there's a reason why if you just do the bare minimum in the game, like this, you do end up having 6 tri-power things, because you need to crown 6 of these, and you will need to... hold on. You'll need to have enough tri-power, because they do actually eat up. Tri-power. So actually, because I have already now summoned so many path blades, I might actually be out of luck in a moment. Nope. Nope. There we go. Thank you. Still plenty of room to mess this up, so we'll see how things go. Yo, Jaracondra, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day. And yeah, we're gonna try.
Oh.
Let's see what we can pull out at the end here. Almost Friday. Hopefully you've got a good weekend ahead of you planned. Or maybe a good weekend spontaneously happening. 13 minutes for you, Kane, before it's Friday. Nice. Lots to do on Saturday. Wrapping presents. Yeah, that can take a lot of time. How goes the Sea of Stars learning? I was actually tempted to learn that one up until I realized you can't run away from combat. And there just are a lot of encounters in that game, and so the run is just too long for my constitution. You getting there? Hey, second with sub 12, nice. The new world record's gonna be like 5 hours? Oh, yeah, so there are some really neat skips in there that are super cool, from what I have seen of it. Yeah, it's still just like, because I'm never gonna be in contention for anything world record-y on anything, because I don't care to do that kind of stuff. For me, 5 hours as world record means that my runs would be, on average, just over what I could probably handle doing in a single sitting. Something like 5 hours on average for a time would be about where I can kind of handle at my maximum. So, there is an upper limit to what I end up running and being in the like 3.5 to 4 hour range. I wish I had the constitution and the stamina to do what you and what Swoogie and what so many other runners do with long speed runs. I don't have it in me. Bum, 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 bum. Your weeknight runs are 3 to 6 max. Yeah, for me, like 1.5 to 3 hour, well, I guess 1.5 to 2.5 hours is kind of my sweet spot, because it's long enough that you can get invested in a run, but also short enough that in the course of my normal stream times, I can get several either runs or at least run attempts in. Whoops, that's not good. That's fun. No! All the way back there. We're trying to take this safely, and you're ruining that for me, game. Do this then. No, don't you! I can't believe you. Really? You're not registering me as being here? And now I can't even... okay, hold on. Calm down. Buttons. Cool. That's fun. I swear to God. I'm trying to be on here so that I can do this from here. Oh, that upsets me so much. That was so terrible. I mean, the fight actually was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie, but for me, pretty good at least. But yeah, that was pretty bad. Yeah, so there does appear to be a difference in different kinds of falling, where some of them respawn you all the way back, and some of them just respawn you to like where you were last stepping, or like where you were last on ground. And that's what I was trying to do. Because I haven't, in a long time, been able to do the entire thing in one Gust Gyro cycle. I need to practice it. So I was trying to get on ground in the middle, and then redo the whole thing. And then, like, or just basically do it in 2 Gust Gyro cycles, like I did at the end there. But it just wasn't working. Hey, Met. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're well. Yeah, must be different safe spots. Good for you to know as well, since you also run this game and are starting to do some glitchless category. Or at least, is 100% glitchless? I mean, I guess whether it's glitchless or not, you're still probably doing these sections too, because you gotta do 100%. But, nice and helpful to know about this stuff. Oh, that was wild. Alright, let's hopefully pull something out here. I really need Link to be good for me in the null fight. It's not glitchless, but you still have to do the fight because you need to complete all the quests. Yeah, so, you know, like, I'm actually kind of curious what glitches do get used in 100%, since a lot of the glitches allow for a lot of skipping, essentially. Yeah, good knowledge to have. We want this. Cool, that was fun. Come on, Link. Please do stuff. Cool. 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 I don't think I should have cared, because that's that. Ooh, nope. saving those other potions for the null fight. Oh no! Yeah, that's why, like, when I'll explain in a moment then, actually. Cool, thank you for attacking me through the thing there. Yeah, no, when I got finished with the gyros and the keys and all that, I completely forgot about the Lionel. So my thinking was, oh, I should heal with a potion, and then I went for the bed, and then I remembered the Lionel at the last moment, and yeah, that happened. Actually, I think we can do it. Nope. Cool. Well, that's fun. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I basically just remembered about the Lionel way too late. Cool. Cool. Okay. There are so many easier ways, well, easier, there's so many faster ways to do this than the way I end up doing it. Because I just can't remember how to do it in the moment. If I was better at the null fight, this would be a sub 4 pace. Best I can kind of hope for is... Best I can hope for is like a low 402, high 401. Or actually, no, maybe like a low 401. Nope. Cool. Cool. Love the auto-targeting. That's so cool. Love that. Side-scrolly section. This is a good final song, though, at least. Come on. Come on. Come on. Catch the thing. God. Auto-targeting is so terrible. Come on, Link. Come on. Good. We got that. Come on. Link. Link. There we go. Cool. Good. No, 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 no. Why? Can we target the friggin' thing? Oh my god! Come on, come on, come on. Link, Link, Link. There we go. Nope. Link, come back this way. No, I can't make it white. No. Link, there we go. Oh no, we didn't even get that. Cool. Love that. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Link, Link. Yep, low 401. That clearly a better fight than I've had before, but oh god, Link. Although there were just a few moments where the distance that I could get to extend those arms just was like a pixel or two off from where it needed to be. Whew. Thank you for the GGs, Ruben, Space Narc, Northrex, Ninja, and thank you for the clappies, Ghost Eye. Yeah.
Oy.
All right, let's see. Quite a terrible start. We fell down, jumping from the one shelf to the shelf with the beds on it originally, so I had to walk around and do that. We had a pretty bad Echo Link. Well, no, I take that back. We had a bad Echo Link fight, but not a too bad fight. And I messed up the phase 1 for the Talus fight. Well, sorry, I messed up the setup for phase 2, so that's where that was. The Vocaver split there, I actually was on a much better pace until the Vocaver fight. I kind of actually lost about, I think it was 22 to 25 seconds because the Vocaver fight, just, like, I could not spin slash in there to save my life. And that cost me so much time. I actually lost time here because I warped to the desert first before, and then I immediately realized, oh, I need to go get the sword, so that, I can save like 10 seconds there, 9 seconds there. Something, what was the big thing from that I messed up? Oh, I didn't die. That's actually the important thing. That's where a lot of that time save is coming from, is just not dying in that section. But I messed up... Oh, yeah, the room after you fight Echo Link, where you put water blocks up against the wall and then rise up, I kept messing that up and had to redo it, so there's probably another 15 seconds to save there just on that. The Ganon fight, or, well, the Hyrule section, I guess I should say. It was the flowing water room where you gotta jump from tile to tile a few times, and then go across the screen, to the small key room. Oh, and now we get, this this very bittersweet ending, where, Tri has a warm feeling inside that he wants to tell us about. I'll continue the autopsy of the run after that. So cute. So cute. Yeah, I'll continue reviewing the run in a moment. Like, I really do like this Zelda game, um, in the context of the entire franchise and how old it is. That this is a Zelda game that can very easily be an entry Zelda for young gamers. You know, we're talking like single-digit age, the age I was when I was first introduced to Zelda. The gameplay mechanics and everything, like I've been gaming for 35 plus years now. Like, nothing in the game casually, mechanically, is terribly difficult. The speedrun is technical as heck, but like the casual gameplay, super fine, super easy. Just solid gameplay. But for a young gamer, this is a great game to get into. And the story is approachable and enjoyable as a grown-up, as an experienced gamer, but it is also a game, a story that really does seem to be aiming for a much younger audience, with how much of the game is try kind of just learning a lot of basic social emotions, gratitude, discouragement, um, things like that, and how so many of the miniature storylines, like the Deku storyline, or well, really the Zora storyline and the Darston storyline, are about things like, you know, working together and having self-confidence and everything like that. Um, you know, learning to trust yourself and what you've grown to do. Like those kinds of story beats are, you know, when you're 40 years old, they're a dime a dozen. You've experienced a million stories like that in video games and books and movies and so on. But when you're like 8 years old, like this could be the introduction for a lot of kids to portrayals of these types of story arcs and story developments. And coupled with a very, very child-friendly aesthetic, in a way that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are meant for they're meant for a teenage audience or adult audience. I don't know. I really got to applaud this game for what it is. Even though, you know, there are a lot of gamers my age or about my age who may have walked away from it going, it's pretty simple. It's, you know, pretty by the numbers kind of thing. It's still good. And for some new gamers, especially young kids and everything like that, this can be a mind-blowing experience in kind of the same way that things like Link to the Past or games of the NES and SNES era were, insofar as they had stories and engaging complex mechanics and so on. I do love this game. Speedrun, I clearly still need a lot more work on, but like the game itself, just as a thing, is amazing. But yeah, so losing time in the Hyrule section because of the tile jumping trick thing was annoying. The minute I saved here, Goma is almost entirely the second phase of the mini-boss, because for whatever reason, the fish bomb actually did explode in the rightmost blue vine head's mouth, and so I was able to take care of that one. And I didn't try to do anything particularly super fast, so I wasn't energy efficient for the mini-boss, but I was able to ultimately kill it quicker rather than messing up, wasting energy, and having to rely on path blades to do the rest of the damage. So that's where I saved a minute. The massive time save between Goma and Volvagia, because the sword level 3 is just warp to Luberries and do that, was not making too many mistakes on a lot of the little things here and there, from tile jumping to the Gust Master tricks. and because I did make some mistakes, but they were mostly little and they were very intermittent. There were few of them, so that does add up quite a bit. Thanks for the GG left. The Scorchill fight. I could have saved so much more time if that stupid Ice Whiz robe, beforehand, because that was probably about 25 seconds at least just on that one. I love this picture on screen right now. The meeting of the cats with the cuckoo just off to the side there. I still need to find this picture and set it as a background on like my monitor or something like that. It's such a good one. But yeah, still actually plenty of time to save just going through the Lanayru Mountain still world. More efficient movement through things and a better mini-boss fight. Because that one wasn't terribly great. Like, that one kind of went a little south, but, like, the overall gestalt of not making a lot of mistakes with the Gust Master tricks and so on, and the Gust Gyro tricks, I still made some, but I didn't make too many of them. Was a 2-minute time save there. The time loss to beating Null Zelda is because of messing up the Gust Gyro trick. I'm surprised that it was only 30 seconds. But I think a lot of that is because in those splits I'm running against, I didn't have a good Null Zelda fight, even though I had a good trip to Null Zelda. So, because I messed that one up several times, I wouldn't be surprised if I lost upwards of 40 seconds in addition, or, anything like that. But had a much better Null Zelda fight, so that was fine. And then, could have had a better path to Null in a number of sections. And then the Null fight, was still a better Null fight than I've had on average. But yeah, the auto-targeting in this game just does not work in my favor. I don't understand how the auto-targeting in this prioritizes things. But yeah. And yeah, when a gamer is young, Zelda's a good way of keeping them engaged. Yeah, like, thinking back to, like, across the Zelda franchise, there's been a line of games that has grown with the audience. And then there is also a parallel line of games that are very much oriented towards the younger audience. Now, after the Super Nintendo came out, a lot of the ones that were much more clearly focused on a younger audience were the handheld games. So, Link's Awakening, the Oracle games, Minish Cap, Spirit Tracks, and so on. Link Between Worlds. Whereas the ones for the consoles really did seem to grow with the franchise and grow with the gamers who had been playing it from basically jump. So going from Link to the Past to Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, going to, Wind Waker is accessible to kids too, but, going to Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, and then Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. It's nice that it kind of is doing both of those things. It's really cool. And then this really amazing post-script, post-credits, post-script scene. At the start of the game in jail, when Tri is helping Zelda escape, he creates the Tri-Rod. And then when you pick it up, it says, you've borrowed the Tri-Rod. And then at the end here, the goddesses and Tri have let her keep it. And I like that. I like that.